底におるあの忍び。
行くぞ。
狼キス。いや、これ。いや、いします。みあしほ。
探せ。
狼よ、よく。
足の原因マイル。
その
お前さん、総裁は
何故俺を手に
かっこぞ
ず
いる。お前さん、
おい、国は行分正隆なり。首まだ落ちておらぬ。 ど底におるあの忍び。
もう
狼。いや、これで。いや、いしま、み、あし、
お前すったね。
おい
足の原因しろ。まい。
触れられぬ。
ごくごその
そうさ。
何手に
かしこぞ。お前、
我鬼は行分正隆なり。鬼の首まだ落ちておらぬぞ。 ど底におるあの忍び。
狼傷。いや、これ。いや、今、あ、そ。
Good morning, Dermot. How you doing? Thanks, buddy. Nice to see you. I have no belief left that I will get this run, ever. But, you know, I'm still having enough fun to continue, so... there it is. 2 hits to Gyobu already today. Because of script going wrong somehow. After it was super consistent for a good few days. It's just lost all its consistency, what can I say? Yeah, I'm doing alright, thanks man. I think I only had about 6 hours sleep last night. I woke up really early today and just couldn't stop thinking about stuff, so... And I woke up, I did something similar last night. I woke up at like 4 in the night before, I mean. Woke up at like 4 in the morning. But then I went back to sleep and woke up at like 8:40 or something, which... So I was late yesterday. And I lost concentration there. So I was a bit late yesterday. Apologies if you were around before work and expecting to see me. So yeah, the point is... Sorry, I'm trying to do like several things at once here. The point is... I didn't want to do that again today because I felt groggy yesterday morning because of that extra sleep. So, okay, save state's bugged anyway. Wait. Okay, we're still good. So yeah, this morning I just thought, after like lying in bed basically awake since 4 till 6, I was like, just get up, you know? Just get up, and if you're tired today, so be it, and then go to bed early tonight, and then should be sorted. The script goes wrong almost every time you suggest learning Kyori sword only. Wait, sword only? But that would be a different script to Grayson's Firecracker script then. Yeah, to be honest, it's almost feeling better now how it used to be when I was just deflecting everything. Now that I'm sort of relying on a script, if he doesn't do the usual attack at the beginning of phase 2 when I grapple in, it's like I find it hard to readjust, you know? I mean, I have saved it a few times when he does go wrong. The problem is, he's going wrong, he's going off script. Like, I swear at least 50% of the time at the moment, and I don't really understand why. or positioning goes wrong or something, and I don't know, it feels like everything's going wrong on Kyobu at the moment. It wasn't too bad yesterday, but yesterday Junichiro was in my head. And when Junichiro's in my head and I'm scared of getting hit on Junichiro, I tend to get hit. So all I've got to do on Junichiro is relax and react and not worry, and then I'm fine. It's just Junichiro is a mental game at the moment. But, you know, having been close a few times, it seems like that was a while ago now, and I'm devolving. But having been close a few times, I still believe that I'll get it eventually. It's just kind of ridiculous that it's getting further and further away at the moment, instead of closer. But yeah, how's your work going and stuff? You had some good days recently, or? Gyobi's the hardest, yeah, fair enough then. I won't feel too bad. Took you a lot of hours, yeah, fair. Like, I spent quite a long time on him learning his timings and stuff. Because when I was deflecting everything before I learnt the script. So at least I have that experience if I need it to fall back on. But it's relying on the script now, because initially it was reliable and now it's not. That's confusing me. Surprising me. You were in Hamburg yesterday, okay. You get to travel around a bit, or what do you do, by the way? I don't think I asked. If you don't mind me asking. And you're Lower Saxony, right? So Hamburg to Lower Saxony is a bit of a drive, right? I guess. Assuming you're driving in a company car or something. On the autobahns at 200 miles an hour. Reporting analytics, okay. Ah, your office is there. And you mainly work from home or something. I don't know how similar reporting analytics is to business intelligence, but after my sort of start in IT tech support work, okay, interesting. I ended up working in business intelligence software for a bit before losing the will to live and subsequently quitting. Ooh, train's quicker. Nice. Yeah, you have pretty decent rail links there, right? When I spent time there with my ex-girlfriend, I ended up, because I was there for quite a while, I ended up with a, what do you call it, Deutsche Bahn card, rail card or something. So I took the train a fair bit, but it was mostly like little train journeys on slower trains, but I did catch the odd quick one, which is kind of cool. So does that mean you go for train then?
お前さん
More coffee. Man, I do love getting up like for sunrise. It's super sweet, like getting up and it's just getting light and you see like a glow in the sky and it's gonna come up soon. That's a beautiful time to get up, I think. Oh, train's not reliable. Yeah. To be fair, I did have some issues with the train. I remember it like sitting in a station for a while before moving once, and I was like, "Are we gonna go anywhere?" Oh. I thought I could dodge past him that way. I couldn't. Rip. Squashed between a rock and an ogre. Nice. Yeah, a friend I met there, he lived in Lindau. I think it's Lindau, like right next to the Swiss border, down south. Is it Lindau? A beautiful place anyway. Nice little town. But he works in some software-y kind of businessy company thing, and he had a really fast company car, and he let me drive it on the autobahn once. So it was kind of fun. We definitely approached 200. I'm not sure how fast we got to, but it was kind of nuts. Lindau and Bodensee, that's it. Yeah. Yeah, beautiful part of the world. Me and my girlfriend spent a good month or so in my converted camper van in Switzerland, in the Swiss Alps, pretty much. Really nice place to be in a camper because you've got like beautiful spring water just available wherever you go for water refills, and generally plenty of places to park as well and chill. Great, missed the jump. Cool. Power BI. Oh, I worked with IBM Cognos and some Microsoft offering. I mean, SharePoint was involved. I was more to do with IBM Cognos. And another one we started using was Board, I think. Board. Yeah, but I ended up hating Cognos and hating IBM for taking over Cognos because I basically identified that the whole enterprise was making money from Cognos being underdeveloped and archaic and stupidly fucking hell, dude. And stupidly unnecessarily complicated to set up and configure. And I realized that our company was basically making a lot of money charging consultancy fees to other businesses and institutions like universities as well for setting up, configuring and supporting their Cognos environments, because it was unnecessarily convoluted and, you know, having to edit text files here and you know, config files there and all of this shit. And I was like, okay, yeah, so our whole industry is basically making money from something that's stupidly inefficient and archaic and underdeveloped, and keeping it that way as a result. So that's my feelings about Cognos. But I guess from your perspective, you probably don't see the technical back end, and you just tend to use, you know, you're actually at the front end doing the reporting and stuff, so. Which I never really got into, because I was more technical back end environment setup and supporting stuff. That's what I did. So that was part of the soul destruction that I was I was experiencing. I can't help but see the big picture, you know. If I don't agree with the context and the overall big picture of what I'm a part of, I can't sort of just focus on my little area of it and be happy. That's, I guess, I'm sort of a philosophical person by nature, but I also have a philosophy degree, so you know, you think big picture stuff naturally when you're like that. Oh, SAP, yeah, Tableau. I definitely heard of Tableau, but I think our company maybe started using it. I don't know, but I was only involved in Microsoft SharePoint a little bit and like plugins for Microsoft stuff. I did some Microsoft certifications and Cognos as well. Cognos BI and Board. But it's funny because, like, I think because the whole industry just expects these things to be super complicated to install and configure, so they come to companies like us for installation, configuration, and support, you know. Which made sense with Cognos because it was unnecessarily archaic and complex. So we were making money because of that. But with Board, when Board came out, that was actually super easy to install and configure. It was literally like, you know, like installing any piece of software on your Windows PC. It was super simple. But just because of the way the industry is, like we got to charge people stupid amounts of money, like £1,000 or something for a day, for a morning's worth of consultancy to install a Board system for them. And I would literally just remote onto their system, run an installer, click a few buttons, and it was done, and we'd get like £1,000. And I was just like, this is ridiculous. How could I be a part of this and live with myself? Do you know what I mean? Go against all company policy and say, hey, by the way, you don't need to pay us for this. You can just do it like this. I'll show you. Try to be a good human being and get fired for losing the company lots of money. Because if I was being honest and true to myself, you know, that's what I would have done. But anyway, as a, I guess, like I say, if you're using these things for actually reporting and stuff, then yeah, you're more elevated away from that stuff, I suppose. Although I'm sure a lot of it still goes on. Like part of our business was BI consultants that would make reporting and do the sort of the user end stuff of the systems as well for other people. But they seemed a bit more, well, did they? I guess we had other technical guys that seemed happy enough to do what they were doing and drool over their next company car and things like that, you know. But again, I still think, you know, with the right training and stuff, it's just the outsourcing in general, right? It's like, you just elevate. In my mind, I just elevate it to the next level, and it always comes down to, well, people just playing with money, really, rather than trying to make the world a better place, you know. doing something actually productive and meaningful. I mean, I take down the whole financial services industry with that one fell swoop, you know? Because that's literally all it is. Wait, what just happened? I didn't get hit, did I? That was interesting. What sort of industries do you work with then for your reporting analytics stuff? Is it financial services industry by any chance? I wouldn't be surprised, because a lot of what we do in the West is just playing with money, you know, to make money. Making money from money. Without adding anything of real value into the world, you know? I mean, that's a lot of jobs that are available in our countries are to do with that, right? I don't think I got hit there. I'm gonna continue anyway. And when you go quiet now, I'm going to assume that you're getting a work call or that you're just busy rather than being offended by me. So, but if I do say anything offensive, please tell me. I will take it like a champ, I promise. Although if you are working at this time, that's pretty early for work. Wait. No, I guess not. 8:20 in Germany it'll be, right? All good there, yeah. So what sort of industry is it that you're in? Yeah, no worries, dude. I understand people often doing other things, not just staring at me and listening to me with full attention all the time. That's a little bit too much to ask from my little room here. Oh, right, okay. So you've already been working like over 2 hours, fair. Yeah, that's kind of cool. I'm getting into my own sort of schedule at the moment, and I definitely, no matter what I end up doing, and hopefully it's something online, like I say, to help change the world and make it a better place. However that happens, but whatever I end up doing, I'm liking the schedule. I want to get up, make a coffee, work for like 4, 5, 6 hours, and then have the rest of my day. That just works well for me, I think. Okay, appreciate that. Yeah. I guess I'm a little bit more careful since I got a raid like the other day, the first raid I'd had. And then we were talking about things, it got political. I said things that they didn't agree with, and then they immediately just called me fucking cringe and left and unfollowed. So I'm like, oh, maybe I should be a bit more careful with how I word things or something. Guy called Valmerix, who's actually a British streamer apparently, raided with 8 viewers 6 days ago. It's still on my activity feed. And he came with a couple of other people that were chatting for a bit. And one was from the US, and I asked about like his thoughts on US politics at the moment and stuff like that. And then when it was clear they were all just part of the Elon Musk hating gang, I just simply said about, you know, yeah, there's a lot of hate about a lot of things around at the moment. And I find that if I have a bad feeling about someone like Elon Musk or Tommy Robinson in the UK, stuff like that, what I find really useful to do is to listen to them for a while because they're on like long form podcasts and stuff, and then see if I hate them still after that. Because I realised that a lot of my bad feelings towards people that I don't know or didn't really have any exposure to was just coming from like the overall narrative from media stories and from what people tend to say in public and stuff like that. And it was just basically, I was just saying, you know, I think it's good to be open-minded and listen to people before you hate on them and stuff like this, because it might surprise you, you might learn something. And they basically just called me an Elon apologist and said it was fucking cringe, and basically gave me the impression that if I didn't immediately hate with them and join their hate club, that I was to be hated myself. And that's basically the long and short of it. Ooh, the script's going well. What the fuck? What the fuck? Gyobi's behaving. We get to progress in the game. Oh. Exactly, yeah, because all of this hate, no matter who it's aimed at and no matter how justified it is, or it might be, if you hate someone or something, that's not good. Just in general, that's not good. It's a reason to investigate more and understand more. And that's the only message I was trying to convey. But obviously, I was immediately branded as an Elon supporter, even though I don't necessarily support Elon at all. It's just, I've listened to him in podcasts before a few times, and he actually says a lot of things that make sense. And it's curious to me how everyone's saying he's an idiot all of a sudden when, I mean, it's interesting to call someone an idiot when that person is the first person in history to be in charge of an organization that's managed to catch a rocket that's been into space and wants to send us to Mars and actually has a legitimate project in motion to do that. I just think it's kind of hilarious that, you know, everyone just immediately calls him an idiot because the media says to. And then because of that, everyone then expects everyone else to agree with that narrative and hate on him, and if they don't, then they get hated as well. And I was basically saying, look, that's how Nazi Germany started. Because it is. The same thing applied to Jew hating, you know? What am I doing? Selling this. It's like it started with propaganda about, you know, hatred towards Jews. Jews are vermin, blah, blah, blah. And then it's, you know, a very disturbingly quick path to horrendous evil against other human beings. And it being accepted widely in public. And if that doesn't scare you, like I was saying to them, if that doesn't scare you, then nothing will. And if it doesn't scare you, consider the possibility that when the media wakes up one day and decides to hate on people that you happen to be a part of through no fault of your own, and then they come after you with the same sort of hate, then maybe you'll be afraid of it. You know what I mean? So that's the only message I was trying to convey, really. But yes, I was immediately hated for that. I was hated for my anti-hate. My anti-hate tendencies made them immediately hate me. Which is really scary, you know what I mean? That's really scary. That's meta hate, right? I guess. I mean, people throw hate at everything kind of meta. Interesting, I just read that after saying that's meta hate. Yeah. And if anything needs resolving in the world, that's a good place to start. It's like, okay, let's stop hating on people. Let's question instead. Let's try to understand better instead. And then maybe we can move forward better than just division and picking a side and hating on each other, which doesn't help anyone. Whew. I'm already ranting and it's not even 8 o'clock. You, sir, are a British Elon Musk. Yeah. Anyway, the point being, that experience led me to think, okay, maybe I need to choose my words more carefully, you know? And how easily I can make people hate me just by questioning things. So it made me a bit more reflective of my strategy, you could say, or just being more aware of it, you know. Thank you. I don't know what I did, but thanks. When I'm in this kind of mood, I just autopilot in the game and keep talking, so I don't really know what I'm doing. But I assume you mean because the Gyobu script went well. Which was probably more luck than anything, given that I'm just ranting. Well, I'm not ranting, I'm just talking, I suppose. Yapping. Yapping is the word. I'm yapping maybe even as bad as the Happy Hob does, I don't know. Bonk. Wait, you're still alive? There we go. Oh, I defeated Gyobu. Did I? Excellent. Let's go. And the bull, apparently. We get to go to Genie. Nice. Junichiro is really where I need to be in this mind frame and not worry about getting hit. So, hopefully I can keep it going. Cheers, mate. Appreciate it. By the way, Clapfish, you just defeated another boss. Oh, did I? Excellent. Thank you. Didn't even notice. While you were yapping, you just killed another boss. Oh, nice. Cool. I'll take it. Excellent voice acting. Actually love it. Yeah, I definitely don't want to take on his stalling habits, that's for sure. I'd rather just keep playing and not worry about getting hit. And yap with at least something going on the screen, you know? Especially when I don't have a camera yet, so... I will be avoiding the stalling as long as I possibly can. But the thing is, you know my real intentions for like trying to start an online community now. So, and it's not about the gaming. It's not about getting a hitless run. It's about trying to bring people together online to make the world a better place. So this, what's going on screen, is a secondary thing to me. So I'm never gonna care to the point of stalling until like I just stress myself out and make myself miserable. He interrupts his stalling with no hit. Imagine I actually get the run and I'm still yapping like in the final cutscene after Ishin. I'm like, oh shit, I got the run, guys. What the fuck? Incredible. How did that happen? I think I almost lost the killing blow there because I pressed circle for Mikiri counter. I thought it was going to run out. Anyway, I did concentrate there a bit, but I wasn't afraid, so we got him. Nice, thanks dude. Now a real run can continue. And I'll get hit on Armored Warrior instead of Genie. Because that happened a lot yesterday too. Nope, that one. You see my self-belief is just draining, right? Just assume I'm gonna get hit on with bow, and if not, Centipede will get me somehow. Anyway, we got past Genie and it's still early in the morning, so that's good. I'll take that. No matter what happens, I'll take that. Sorry, Kuro, I'm rather close to you. Bit rude. In your face, Kodo. Beans and Genie for breakfast, yeah. Yeah, I don't actually eat anything until like after stream at the moment. Just have a coffee. No, 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 get off, get off, get off, get off me. You clingy little boy. Proper Brit breakfast, yeah. I'm actually, I'm avoiding legumes, so I don't eat beans anymore. And I was avoiding grains apart from white rice, but I've gone back to white sourdough bread just because I needed something other than rice and sweet potatoes. Did I do the thing? I did. And I found some really nice sourdough bread yesterday, which I'm pleased. Oh. I forgot to press it again. I think we're alright though, he can't shoot, right? You can't shoot me. Almost got hit. Really almost got hit. I could never eat beans for breakfast. Well, it was actually pretty nice. You know, full English is really good, honestly. But if you could never eat beans for breakfast, then I suppose it's not going to be good for you. But yeah, full English, like beans, sausage, bacon, eggs, hash browns, bit of toast. Yummy. Yummy, says the Brit. Although now I have, generally I have eggs and mushrooms. Oh yeah, I forgot the mushrooms. Mushrooms are important too. But now I just have eggs and mushrooms, sometimes a bit of tomato puree and garlic puree maybe, and now a bit of bread again. Which is a nice breakfast. I forego the beans and legumes. I'm experimenting more with my diet now just to see how it affects my health and stuff. You may. I am just 41. Just. Turned 41 in March. So, a bit older than your average streamer, I guess, but there it is. I have had several lives before this. This is a new life. So I feel very young again because I'm a new streamer, so I might as well be 21. Right? That's how it works, yeah? Oh, you're 39. Pretty close. Hanging on to those 30s. It's alright, once you get to 40 you realise you're at the beginning of your 40s and you've got ages before 50. So it kind of refreshes you a little bit. I sound 18, excellent, that's good. That's good to know. I went for a little trip to Mexico when I was, oh fuck, what am I doing? When I was, how do I get out of this? Can I go back that way? I think I'm fucked. Can I maybe just do this? Is that gonna be alright? Save the run? It's a long run, but I saved the run. Yeah, I went to Mexico when I was, what was I, 37-ish, I think, 38. And some people I met there thought I was, I said guess what age I am, and someone said 26, and I was like, thanks. I'll take that. I said, no, I'm 37. They were like, what? Yeah, but I mean, age is just a number and all that jazz, and it's true. And I think it's easier to say that when you're if you like, I reckon I would look, sound and feel older than I am if I basically chose a career like at 18 or 21 after uni or something and just stayed in that job for 20 years. But the fact that I've had lots of different lives and gone back to uni and, you know, like met a girl at uni and she was German and ended up spending time in Germany and did volunteering, and I've done traveling, and, you know, like I've split my life up into lots of different ventures, you could say. I think that helps. Because actually, if I think back to when I was, what was I? I'm so gonna get hit, but I don't care. I was 20, my first like long-term relationship ended up living with a girl for like 4.5 years between like ages of 24 and 29. And that's when I was working in IT, sort of tech support. And at the end of that, that's when I started working in like the BI Cognos stuff. It was kind of a progression from tech support. I was probably a lot less healthy then than I am now, because I wasn't climbing, I wasn't really doing anything active. Even though I'm tall and skinny, I had oh, what am I doing, man? I told you to not get it because I'm not paying attention at all. Just throw the run by getting fallen on by that guy. What was going on in my head was, oh, I've been here before, there won't be any enemies, I can just run up to the branch. And now I've even forgot what I was saying, so it was actually just pointless. But yeah, I was less healthy then in my mid-20s. That's a throw, yeah. I think that's probably worth a clip because I don't think I'll ever throw like that badly again. Trying to brush it off real fast here. Trying to brush it off. Like nothing just happened, you know, I just got hit by Gyoba or something. That shows how much this means to me, getting this run, right? That's a picture right there for how much this means to me, or how little this means to me. Anyway, point being, in my mid-20s, I was less healthy than I am now in my early 40s, so... I started bouldering, climbing when I was 30, 31, I think, about 10 years ago. So, you know, that helped a lot. But, you know, for most people, that's a late start, right? That's a late bloomer. But it really drives home the idea that age is just a number, you know, you can, like, you can refresh yourself and be healthier in your 40s than you were in your 20s quite easily. One thing you do have to be aware of though, I suppose, is, like, I have noticed that I've started having to be a little bit more careful about what I eat and stuff, but that's about it. But, you know, I would have benefited from that in my 20s just as much as I do now, so I think it's more just being conscious of it more than anything. Yeah, you mentioned Frostpunk before, maybe I should. I will look into it. It's probably completely wrong because I haven't played Cyberpunk either, but when people say Frostpunk, that's what comes to mind just because it's got punk in the name. Okay. So it does have some overlap being post-apocalyptic then. Wait, is Cyberpunk post-apocalyptic? No, not necessarily. I don't really know. It's just a future thing, isn't it? So it's like a strategy game or like a city builder type game. I haven't really played one of those in like forever, so maybe it's worth it. I have noticed though, since changing my life a bit and doing this, you know, morning streaming thing, that basically the rest of the day now, if it's nice weather, I suppose it changes depending on the weather, but it's been nice recently, I'll be doing something else during the day, like climbing, and I'm going to join a tennis club. Or like running, or just like sitting in the sun in the garden, you know, stuff like that, and eating. And going to bed fairly early, and in the evening after meal just watching something and then going to bed. So, but yeah, I will have time at some point. Especially if the weather turns bad. Frostpunk, alright. I did get Civilization 6 on offer recently for like £1.50. Just another, probably, just another Steam purchase that'll never get played. Just like I never played Civ 5. But when I was a kid, when Civilization 1 came out, I really loved that game. So it's kind of led me to sort of collect Civ games, but then never play them. Collect them when they're on offer and never play them. Which is probably like most people's Steam libraries. Especially anyone that, you know, liked Humble Bundle for a while and stuff. Like, oh, I get to donate to charity. Like, okay, I'll pay $1 for 6 games and it goes to charity. and keep doing that every so often. Then you just fill your Steam library with stuff that you never play. But the first Frostpunk, not Frostpunk 2, got it. Yeah, sounds like another classic where the original is the best. Just like The Matrix, just like Harry Potter, just like so many other things. Mind you, Harry Potter, I don't know if you're a Harry Potter fan, but if you read the books, I don't, like, the movies don't count because the books are where it's at, but Harry Potter just like start to finish is really good, in my opinion. I've read them all like at least 3 times and I started reading them once in German when I was learning German. You play a lot of Crusader King 3 to change history. You end up becoming a dictator. Alright though, and in our new world order, remind us not to place you in a position of power, because clearly you're susceptible to the corruption. Got it. Duly noted. You read them too, yeah. Yeah, I mean, when I was at uni, they were still coming out, so every time there was a new Harry Potter book, that was major hype. Speaking of hatred, another big narrative of hate. J.K. Rowling, my goodness, how she came under fire from the general narrative media hate propaganda machine, right? Bloody hell, dude. She's never been anti-trans. She was only like pro-women's safety. And then they just spun it out of all proportion, and then she started becoming quite, you know, confrontational about the whole thing, and it was just like, what is going on here? And now everyone hates and boycotts Harry Potter? Jesus, Harry Potter is one thing that every kid should be reading, and there's absolutely nothing bad in there. It's all good moral values, and it's full of mixed races and, you know, and welcoming for all. It's like, oh my goodness. And they're hating on this now? What's the world coming to? People hating Harry Potter now? What? This is crazy. And it's so disappointing to like come across a community like Dinus and Giles and get inspired by it, and then find out that that whole community is like another clique of this hate propaganda machine. Because whenever J.K. Rowling and Harry Potter comes up, they're all part of that yappity yap about how evil she is. And I'm like, what the fuck? And then of course, like, if you chirp, if I was to say, hey guys, by the way, she's not evil, stop like hating on her for no reason, like, you know, and challenge their views, I would just immediately get banned. You're like, God, you just can't win. But we can win, and we must, to change the world, right? And it's not about winning, it's about understanding. You understand that they get those views from ill-formed misinformation and media outrage that's designed to sell and get clicks, and then it turns into a general narrative, and they're all just, it's all just based on misunderstanding, and you know, you have to accept that reality. You know, they're not bad people, they're just caught up in the hate. You know, we've got to practice what we preach, right? We practice what we preach. I pressed it, I swear I pressed it. Fine, just throw me off the edge, get it over with. Oh, you didn't even throw me. Tragic. They would hate Lord of the Rings too if they could. Yeah, I'm sure they would, you know. They'll find a way to attack George R. R. Martin at some point. There'll be some scandal. Hi. You can parry that? That's cool. Didn't know that. Time to hate Ogre. Where are my hate buddies? I need some hate in here. Join me in my hatred. We can be united in our hatred. Ah! My goodness. And that's what it's all about, right? People lack meaningful fulfillment and connection in their lives to the point where they end up joining a team of hatred just to feel connected and involved and accepted somewhere. It's so tragic. It really points to the underlying cause of all of it, you know? Yeah, needs resolving, and I'm a problem solver, and that's the best problem to solve. Because the ripple effects will be massive, solving all the other problems all the way down the line. Well, not all of them, but you know what I mean. Then the problems that we have will be actual, real, productive problems to solve rather than a mess of hate and money making. With no productive value at all. In fact, quite the opposite. And I'm at the beginning of the game again. Oh yeah, Ogre. That was fun. Can we please stop? Can we please make that jump again? I enjoyed making that jump. It's gonna happen. This is the run. This is definitely the run. I'm locked in. Why did I choose No Hit to build a community around it to change the world? There's a good question. Such a small and niche thing indeed, yeah. I mean, I don't know if I told you, but after watching Nico coming across it, I just thought, well, I like FromSoft games, but I've only ever, if I've completed them, I've only ever played them casually. I've never tried No Hit running, and I found myself watching Nico and subsequently other No Hit runners a lot as my escapism from reality, I suppose. And here we hit on the important point, I guess, that this is just escapism and I need to do something else on stream, which I will do. But the point being, it's just some content that I can do on stream just to get myself streaming, basically. Just to get into a routine. And that's what I've managed to achieve over the past couple of months now. Is because naturally I found myself waking up every morning, making a coffee, and doing DS2 SL1 Hitless off stream. And I got into that routine. And then I thought, well, I need to start doing something productive and creative with my life. And I've identified, you know, online communities as being probably the way forward for humanity in some way, because it's the only method of connecting everyone on the globe together, you know, to really come up with a different way of doing things. And I thought, well, what can I start with? Well, I'm doing this No Hit running every morning, and streamers tend to play games, and you know, streaming communities can be built that way, and then I just thought, well, for a start, it's some content, you know, it's a start. And then I thought, well, if I get a few people coming in here, which has happened, like with you and Crunchy and Savio, although I think Savio is just more focused on the game than anything else, which is fair enough. But you know, starting to get people in here, starting to have conversations, it's a start, right? But yeah, at some point, I don't want the content to be gaming. I want the content to be, you know, somewhere where people can go every day to like talk about things in a meaningful way without any hate and with, you know, coming up with new plans and a real democratic process could be born out of it. Big dreams, I know, but that's where I'm at. You know, at least it's a start. So it was never like a conscious thought, well, no hit running is definitely gonna, you know, be a good start for that stuff. It was just, that's kind of what I'm doing, so let's start with that and see what happens. Good question. And I have been thinking more recently, especially with the clear and present lack of attention to the game. That maybe part of me is sort of putting off changing the content to something more suitable. I don't think that's the case, but you know, I'm questioning myself a little bit. Knowing that at some point I'm gonna have to focus more on the task at hand and in terms of the content that's on stream. But at the end of the day, it's something nice to look at while we have a conversation, right? It's a start, you know. And there was a guy called Beach Demon who came in from the US a few times, and we had good conversations. And I was basically just stood in a nice place in the game, like looking at views and walking around while talking to him. And then I watched that VOD back, and I was like, yeah, it's not bad, you know. If people do come in here and start listening and want to chirp in and join the conversation, that's where it starts, right? You wish me good luck, thanks, dude. Well, you're part of it too. I wish you good luck as well, because the whole point is to build something to make everyone's lives better, every single person. So, you know, I wish humanity luck with it as well. Put it that way. At some point your English won't be enough and you can't discuss. Well, I don't know, like, that's another thing, right? If you're interested and you keep hanging out here just by virtue of talking here, you just practice English, right? And I haven't really felt that your English is bad, so good luck, world, indeed. But like I say, like you can use this as a opportunity to practice English if you want to. That's fine as well, of course. That's another excuse for being here, right? Not just changing the world, improving your English as well. It's like Nico said, right? He started streaming in German, but just because he decided to stream in English every day, now his English is brilliant, you know? Brilliant for a non-native speaker, I would say. And it'll just keep him. But how did you see me, sir? How did you see me? Sometimes you see me and it confuses me. Don't know how you see me. Kicky. Alright, let's dance. Miss me. Got me. I was far too greedy there. Whee! Streaming is sometimes vocab's lacking. Yeah, I mean, I didn't know any German when I met my ex-girlfriend from Germany. And just from spending time there, even though I got very little practice, because a lot of times people wanted to use the opportunity when they met me to practice their English instead of me practicing their German, my German with them. Even despite that, you know, I picked up a fair bit through just osmosis, I guess. I wasn't even particularly focused on, like, you know, hardcore focused on learning German. It just comes through exposure and practice. Hidden self-advertisement. And I'm at the beginning of the game again. Classic. But it doesn't matter. The other question is, what kind of format would I want on stream? Because the other thought is, like, I thought, well, I should be on camera, right? It should be sort of me, maybe with a bit of background music, chatting to people. But then I thought, is a camera really necessary? Because when you bring a camera into it, then you've got the potential for someone to, through no fault of their own or my own, just like come in the stream, see me and go, oh, I don't want to look at that, and then just move on, you know, prejudgmentally or whatever it is. You know what I mean? Whereas if there isn't a camera, then they might just hear some ideas for the ideas' sake being talked about and engage with the ideas without any potential for prejudgment based on appearances or whatever it is, you know? Exactly, that could happen no matter how you look, or no matter how you present yourself, or no matter how nice you make yourself look, or whatever it is. It could just put some people off that otherwise might have stuck around if they heard that conversation happening without that visual. So that made me think twice about the camera idea. So I think ideally something like, you know, when things kick off, if you like, and you have multiple people having a meaningful conversation about ideas, about how to move society forward, how things could be better, alternatives to the monetary system, you know, things like that, then some kind of graphic or some kind of, not paint, but something visual on screen to kind of represent the conversation, like graphs, or, you know, it's, say we're talking about something and then it's worth googling it and getting some information on screen about it, that sort of thing. Is all I can really think about at the moment. And then again, if I have that sort of information on screen that's that complements the conversation, then again, there's no real need for my face to be over it, because that's just distracting, right? From the actual content, the ideas. Your voice is nice and sounds wisdom or wisdomly. Oh, that's sweet. Thanks, dude. I appreciate that. In which case, there you go. Like, then as long as I'm, and that was another reason for doing this, is like practicing speaking on stream and getting feedback from people about that, because that's one thing that you do want is the kind of voice conversation. You know, this would not work if I was having to type all the time as well. It just would be too slow. It would be hard for people to connect with the ideas if they just come in and there's no voice and it's just typing, you know, that wouldn't work. So at the very least, I knew I needed a microphone and I knew I needed to get used to speaking on stream. And then the visual stuff, like I say, information and stuff that changes on stream depending on what the conversation is about is probably the end game. And once we have more meaningful conversations going on more regularly, like Sekiro will be minimized or closed, and the game won't be on anymore, and it'll be a web browser or Paint or, you know, something that goes with the conversation on stream rather than a game. That's kind of roughly the idea. And I guess that's also why some people come in and say, why don't you have a hit counter? Where's your overlay? That's also why I haven't done any of that stuff, because, you know, the whole point, the underlying point isn't about the game or the hitless run for me. And then a further end game would be, you know, you build a community, you get people with different skills involved, and then you get people with technical skills involved, people with resources to build systems on the internet, for example. And then someone excited about what I'm talking about and maybe wants to build on the idea would maybe come up with a way to have voting and polling and graphs and visual representations of what we want to build, the democratic community on stream, where we can actually hold voting and stuff and go from there. But that's more down the line when you've got a much bigger community, I guess. But, you know, it's an idea. Yeah. And I think it's a really cool idea, personally. Not just because it's my idea, just because I think that is the way forward for humanity, right? And then if that grows big enough, you don't need general elections in Britain every 5 years to, you know, defer responsibility to a few people in Parliament so that they can have stupid, childish conversations about who's best in Parliament rather than, you know, best ways forward for society. Instead, you can turn to this community of this real democracy online where everyone decides what to do next together and tries different policies all the time and doesn't have to wait 5 years in between apparently trying different things but really everything just staying the same in the name of money and political careers, you know? It's me. I know you got me earlier though. That's always sad when you see that. You've made too many new games recently. Because that's the idea, right? A real, truly global democracy for humanity. So that we don't defer responsibility to a few people in quotes power just because we've deferred our power to them. And we have a popularity contest between two evils or lesser evils each 5 years, for example. And instead, people will be way more engaged in a real democracy where it's like, okay, there's something wrong with this area of society. I know where to go to talk about it. We can have a vote on it. Maybe we can improve things. And people then have a hope of actually contributing democratically to society. instead of everyone just feeling completely disillusioned by politics because all the politicians lie and what can you do about it and blah blah blah. So I'll tell you what we can do about it. That's the point. Yeah, no worries, mate. Thanks for being here. Thanks for listening. And if nothing else, my ranting at least goes on VOD record on YouTube. So really nice to have you, dude. I hope you have a good day. See you later. Take care, buddy. Spread the word, by the way. Spread the word. The change starts here. On twitch.tv/clapfish. Of all the places. Why not? It's got to start somewhere. It's got to start somewhere. It's actually nice though, because I could do with a toilet break in a minute and give my voice a break and put the mic on mute for a bit, maybe until Crunchy arrives. Or indeed a newcomer who might want to change the world with me as well. And what was that? Any newcomers out there? You're on the edge, Junichiro. Watch out, buddy. Don't fall. Don't fall now. Actually, do fall. What do I care? Then maybe you'll not chop my arm off. Right, I'll be right back.
忍びよ、卑怯とは言うまいな。巫女はもらっていくぞ。
目覚めたようじゃな。どうやらまだ死の定めではないと見える。
5その
お前さ、お前
何手に
かし殺すんお前さ
井戸底におるあの忍び
狼キスいやこれいやいしまみあそ
足の原因うまい
どそこにおるあの忍び。どうぞ。おい。
狼キス。いやこれ。いや今みつあそ。
足のゲージない。
破れられぬ。誰じゃ。その
何手にかしこそお前
我鬼は行分正隆なり鬼の首まだ落ちておらぬぞ しょうゆこれをおう豪華し
した
これ
ありさあ
り間に合おう
この忍び。
流因の力か。
井戸底におるあの忍び。行くぞ。
狼キス。いやこれ。いや今石の三つあほ。
足の原因参る。
井戸底におるあの忍び。
おい。
狼キス、いやこれいやいしまみあそ
おい。
足の原因まい。
ごくごそん
手に勝ちこそお前さ
我鬼は行分正隆なりでは死ぬわっぱ鬼の首まだ落ちておらぬぞ
再び間に合おう
忍び
参る。忍びよ、再び間に合えよう。
この忍び
龍院の力か。参る。忍びよ、再び間に合えよう。
忍び
龍院の参る。忍びよ、再び間に合えよう。
この忍び。
留飲の
参る。
忍びよ再び間に合おう。
まだだ。巫女の忍び。参る。
忍びよ再び間に合おうとはな。
参る。
忍びよ再び間に合おうとはな。
この忍び。
参る。忍びよ、再び間に合おうとは
まだだ。君この忍び。
I can't believe I've been fighting that guy for like 2 hours or something ridiculous. My goodness. 4 hour 40 stream, that's insane. Good practice though. Yeah, I feel like I really worked out some kinks on Junichiro, so never gonna get hit by him again on a run, obviously. No, I will do, just kidding. Anyway, I'm off. That's an insane amount of time, and my eyes are bleeding. Almost as much as all that blood on the floor of that arena. That was kind of funny. Me and Junichiro both absolutely caked in blood. What a fight though. Good battle. Perpetual genie. It's fun stuff. Alright guys, I'm off. Much love to you all. Take care. Be kind to each other. Choose love, not fear. And I'll see you tomorrow.